Hello, everyone, and welcome to California's beautiful Central Coast here at Sinsheimer Stadium in San Luis Obispo, California, as your humble Crabs take on the San Luis Obispo Blues in Game 1 of a 3-game series. I'm Liam Warner. I'll be taking you through all of the action today. Well, the Crabs are trying to shake off last couple of games that were pretty soul-crushing, to say the least. 2 games in Danville where the Crabs had the lead late, but could not hold it and lost in a pretty heartbreaking fashion. Starting on Wednesday, the Crabs against the Walnut Creek Crawdads had a lead in the bottom of the 7th, but the Crawdads hit back-to-back home runs and ended up winning the ball game 8-7 behind 2 strong innings of relief from their relief pitching. And then yesterday afternoon, it was even more heartbreaking for the Crabs. They came in to the 9th inning with a 5-1 lead. Merrick Sears was absolutely dominating the game for the Crabs. He gave up 1 home run in the bottom of the 2nd, but pretty much dominated after that. He came into the 9th inning with less than 70 pitches thrown, and then he got 1 pitch, 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, and then after that, it went south. The Crawdads hit 2 home runs, including the walk-off solo shot, and ended up winning it 6-5. So the Crabs are trying to bounce back from a couple of heartbreaking losses. They are also in the midst of a really tough streak here on the road. The Crabs have lost their last 9 road games in the state of California. They have gone 4-0 in the state of Oregon in their last 4 games in Medford, but they cannot seem to get a win in the state of California on the road. Their last win in the state of California on the road came here in San Luis Obispo in 2021. We're going to go back to the studio for a 1-minute break as we have the anthem here in San Luis Obispo. We'll be back with lineups and first pitch. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. National anthem here in San Luis Obispo. So we are about to get started between the humble Crabs and the San Luis Obispo Blues, who are a very good team, a very tough test for the Crabs. The Blues and the Crabs, they split last season in Arcata in a series that they did not play the full 3 games due to weather. The last game on Sunday was rained out, but the Blues and the Crabs did split. So the Crabs trying to get a win. Let me give you the lineup for the visiting Humboldt Crabs. Leading off will be the center fielder Mike McKernan. Batting second will be the right fielder Wyatt Reginato. Batting third will be the second baseman Colby Lunsford. Batting fourth will be the first baseman Billy Ham. Batting fifth will be the catcher Griffin Myers. Batting sixth will be the shortstop Luke Reese. Batting seventh will be the third baseman Javi Felix. Batting eighth will be the left fielder Peyton Miller. And batting ninth will be the designated hitter Cubby Cortez. Defensively for the Blues, and there is a familiar face on the mound. I'll get to that in a second. Left to right in the outfield. And left is Jacob Rulli. In center is Nin Burns. And right is Emilio Corona. Left to right in the infield at third is Jason Hansen. At short, Theo Hardy. At second, Sam DiCarlo. At first, Justin Thimble. Behind the plate is Jake Bold, and on the mound, a familiar face for Crabs fans. A 2022 Crab, Marcelo Saldana, is now with the San Luis Obispo Blues, and he was an outstanding starter, one of the best starters for the Crabs in the 2022 season. I'll give you his stats. 47 2/3 innings pitched. He started 9 games. He came out of the season with a record of 7-1. He gave up 10 runs, or he gave up 11 runs, only 10 of those earned. He walked 18 and struck out 51 with an ERA of only 1.88. He was outstanding for the Crabs, but now he's in a different uniform here pitching for the hometown Blues against the Crabs. So it should be a fun affair, and certainly weird to see Marcelo Saldana in a different uniform. But my radio partner Benjamin would say something like, who cares? It's in a different uniform, let's beat him. We are about ready to get started here in beautiful Sinsheimer Stadium. Really, really nice, big stadium. Beautiful weather here in San Luis Obispo. Mid-60s, sunny. Not a whole lot of wind, although the American flag out there in center is blowing pretty strongly out to left. So, Mike McKernan will step in, and we are about ready to get started here in San Luis Obispo. Always a great place to see a ball game. And the first pitch from Marcelo Saldana, the former Crab, is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch is popped up shallow, or on the right side of the infield. It's going to be the second baseman, DeCarlo, making the catch, one away. And that's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. Mike McKernan, coming into that at-bat, was batting .289, 481 on-base percentage, 11 walks, 9 RBIs, and a home run. Good leadoff hitter for the Crabs. It's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. And the pitch is just up high, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch is in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. Saldana, still a very quick worker. Quick worker with the Crabs last season. Doesn't waste a whole lot of time. The 1-2 misses outside. It's 2-2. I think something we can all appreciate. The 2-2 to Reginato. Misses high and inside, 3-2. Reginato having a great season, batting .429, 556 on-base percentage, 12 RBIs. He's walked 4 times. 3-2 pitch is a line shot down the right field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. Reginato's going to put the brakes on at first with a 1-out single. It was hit down the line, down the right field line, and the right fielder, Emilio Corona, did a good job cutting that off, holding Reginato to a single. So that's going to bring in Colby Lunsford, runner at first, 1 out. Lunsford coming in batting .366, 458 on base percentage, 8 RBIs, 2 home runs. Pitch to Lunsford, way high and inside, to duck out of the way of that one, 1-0. Lunsford hit an opposite field shot against the Walnut Creek Crawdads on Wednesday to get that game started. The 1-0 pitch is a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Lunsford also leads the Crabs in stolen bases. He's very good at that last season as well. The 1-1 pitch, low and inside, 2-1. Although Lunsford only finished second in stolen bases last season to Tyler Davis.
9 straight games here at Sinsheimer Stadium over the next couple weeks. They want to start it off with a win.
If Lunsford gets on, bases empty ahead of him, he's going to go. Caught a couple of times yesterday. The 2-1, way low and inside. Count goes to 3-1. The 3-1 pitch is low, ball 4. So Lunsford, very patient hitter, works the walk. First and second, one out. That's going to bring in Billy Ham. The Crabs' offensive leader so far, at least in batting average. Ham coming in, hitting .488, .549 on base percentage, 12 RBIs and a home run. That home run was a long one at the Arcata Ballpark off the window of City Hall out in right field. It's one I won't forget for a while. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch to Ham, in there for a called strike, 0-1. I should note that Colby Lunsford worked the walk against his former teammate. And a few of the returners here on the Crabs are going to be facing their former teammate, Marcelo Saldana. The 0-1, and pitches a called strike. It's 0-2. Reginado looked like he was going to go for a second, but then stopped. The 0-2 pitch, Reginado goes from second. The pitch is low, and Reginado had a great jump, and he's going to steal third easily. So first and third, one out now for the Crabs. That's a big steal. 1-2 count on Billy Ham. The Crabs have had plenty of leads so far on this road trip, especially in the last 2 games against the Crawdads, but it has not translated to victories. The 1-2 is low, and it's 2-2. I guess a team like the San Luis Obispo Blues, I mean, I think this is the best team the Crabs are going to face all season. The 2-2 pitch is sprayed foul off to the left. It remains 2-2. Big crowd here in San Luis Obispo. This team draws a lot of people, just like the Crabs do at the Arcata Ballpark. 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss, dropped by the catcher Bold, but first base is occupied, so Billy Ham's going to head back to the dugout. Good breaking ball by Marcelo Saldana. 2 down, still first and third. That's going to bring in Griffin Myers. He has also been outstanding for the Crabs at the plate. Coming in batting .486, .548 on base percentage, 13 RBIs, 2 home runs. Myers leads the team in RBIs. Pitch to Myers, runner goes from first, pitches a called strike, the throw down to second, not in time, and Reginado's going to steal home. The ball goes into center field. Lunsford is going to go to third, and the Crabs lead it 1-0. So that's going to be a stolen base for Lunsford, and then an error on the catcher, Bold. So a run in, runner at third, and Myers hits a high fly ball to center field, and Burns will make the catch, and that's going to do it. But the Crabs get a run off of a Blues error here on the top of the first. It's Crabs 1, Blues coming up in the bottom of the first. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the first inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 1-0. Let's give you the starting lineup for the hometown San Luis Obispo Blues. Leading off for them will be their center fielder, Nin Burns. Batting second will be the left fielder, Jacob Rulli. Batting third will be the shortstop, Theo Hardy. Batting fourth will be the right fielder, Emilio Corona. Batting fifth will be the designated hitter, Zach Tellerman. Batting sixth will be the first baseman, Justin Trimble. Batting seventh will be the third baseman, Jason Hansen. Batting eighth will be the catcher, Jake Bold. Batting ninth will be the second baseman, Sam DiCarlo. And defensively for the Crabs, left to right in the outfield, Peyton Miller in left, Mike McKernan in center, Wyatt Reginato in right, left to right in the infield, Javi Felix at third, Luke Reese at short, Colby Lunsford at second, Billy Ham at first, Griffin Myers is behind the plate, and Alejandro Hueso is on the mound for the Crabs. Give you his stats in just a second. He's only pitched a couple of innings, but they are a couple of really good innings. Nin Burns will step in, and that pitch is a called strike. It's 0-1. In the 2 innings that Hueso has pitched so far, so 0-1 is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. 6 up, 6 down. He did not give up any hits. He did not walk anybody. 3 strikeouts. So small sample size, but very good. The 0-2 to Burns is in the dirt, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch is a fly ball out to left field. Miller racing back, still going back, and he makes the catch as he stumbles a little bit, but steadies himself. Great play by Peyton Miller out in left field. The ball is carrying out to left, as you can see by the American flag out in center. It's really blowing out there, and you could tell that Peyton Miller had to race back on that ball quickly, but did a good job. So 1 down, they'll bring in Jacob Rulli. Pitch to Rulli is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Sinsheimer Stadium here in San Luis Obispo. It is a beautiful park. It is big. The 1 is grounded, fouled on the third base line. It's 0-2. What I really like about the stadium is you have the seating behind home plate, but then behind that seating is a big grassy berm where a lot of people set up lawn chairs and stadium chairs. The 0-2 is a pop-up, shallow right field. Reginato is going to range to his right and make the catch 2 away. It's a really cool feature, though. Really great spot to watch a ball game. And just like the Crabs, the Blues have all the extra bells and whistles that you get at the Arcata Ballpark. They have in-between inning games. They have merch booth, concession stand. They have a cool game where they throw a bunch of tennis balls into a bucket. The fans all buy tennis balls, and you can throw the balls into a bucket, and I think they draw a ball for a prize. Hardy will step in, a little squibber down the third base line, and the Crabs are not going to have a play. That ball stayed fair. That's going to basically be a swinging bunt for a single for Theo Hardy. It's a runner on first, 2 down. Javi Felix, he was just waiting for that to go foul. But it did not. It's going to bring in Emilio Corona. I guess he's making his first appearance at home. Must have just joined the team. Pitch to Corona in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. But like the Crabs, the Blues have deep roots in their community, and a lot of people show up to their games. One thing the Blues do not have, though, is the Crabgrass Band. The 1 is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. And in my opinion, that's what puts the Crabs over the top for me. The experience at the Arcata Ballpark. Blues games are fantastic. They do a great job. But they do not have the Crabgrass Band. The 0-2 pitch is fouled straight back. It's still 0-2.
Lunsford tried to steal second a couple pitches later, and Jake Gold threw it in the center, allowing Reginaldo to come in and score. Another 0-2.
The 0-2 pitch is not. The entire Crabs infield was about to walk off the field along with the pitcher Hueso and the catcher Myers, but it was called outside, I guess. That looked right down the middle to me up here. It's 1-2.
So Hueso back from the stretch. Dixon deals 1-2.
The 1-2 pitch misses just up high, 2-2. Tight zone from the home plate umpire so far.
0-2 the count, 2 outs with a runner at first. That's Theo Hardy after his trickler single. 2-2 on the way.
The 2-2 pitch is popped up right over us. That hits off of the roof of the press box here. I thought it was going to go into right into my window for a second. We're very high up here at Sinsheimer Stadium, much higher up than at the Arcata Ballpark, and a foul ball could definitely come in here. Got to be ready. 2-2 pitch, runner goes from first, and that's a pop fly out to center field. McKernan racing back. He's still racing back, and it bounced off the top of the wall. Hardy's going to come home to score, and Corona is into third with a triple, and we are tied up at 1. Mike McKernan might be a little shaken up out there in center field. I mean, he jumped up and made a great effort, but it hit off the top of the wall and allowed Hardy to score from first and Corona to head into third. Tough break for the Crabs. And hopefully Mike McKernan's okay. Looks to be all right now, but I'm sure that didn't feel good. I think he banged up against the wall pretty hard there. So runner at third, 2 outs. That's going to bring in Zach Tellerman. Tellerman is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Well, the Crabs are now going to be really a bit salty about that strike call that they didn't get. The 0-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. 0-2 up high, 1-2. 395 out there to center, 380 to left, and 320 to right are the dimensions here. The 1-2 called strike 3, and that's going to do it here for the Blues in the bottom of the first, but they get a run. We're tied at 1, so we head to the top of the second. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Top of the second inning. We were tied at 1, each team with a run in the first inning. And due up for the Crabs here in the second, it will be Luke Reese, Javier Felix, and Peyton Miller. Marcelo Saldana, the former Crab, on the mound for the Blues. Crabs were able to get a run off of an error by the catcher, Jake Bold, throwing a ball into center field as Lunsford tried to steal second. The pitch to Reese is low, 1-0.
Luke Reese, the shortstop from CSU San Marcos, carrying a 480 batting average, steps in.
1-0 pitch is in the dirt, and it's 2-0. 2-0 is in there for a called strike. It's 2-1. Reese coming in, he's also having an outstanding season. 480 batting average, 600 on base percentage. The 2-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 2-2. He has 9 RBIs and 9 walks. Outstanding. The 2-2 pitch is a ground ball through the right side of the infield for a base hit. And Luke Reese is going to have a leadoff single for the Crabs here in the second. And that's going to bring in Javi Felix. Javi Felix still trying to get it going offensively for the Crabs. Coming in hitting 182, 280 on base percentage, 4 RBIs. He did get injured earlier in the season, so that definitely didn't help getting his rhythm back. Pitch to Felix, misses outside, 1-0. Throw over to first. Reese back it safely, and the ball's thrown into right field. Reese is going to not stop at second. He's going to third, and he's going to make it into third easily. And the error from Marcelo Saldana allows Luke Reese to get over to third with nobody out. Another big break for the Crabs off of a Blues error. Two-base error for Marcelo Saldana. I don't remember him doing too much of that last season. So 1-0 to Felix, runner on third, nobody out. The 1-0 pitch is a high fly ball into left center field. Burns ranging to his right. He'll make the catch. Reese tags up from third. The long throw, he's going to make it in there safely. And the Crabs lead it 2-1. Beneficiary of another Blues error. Gives the Crabs their second run of the game, gives them the lead on a sac fly. So 1 out, nobody on. That's going to bring in Peyton Miller. Peyton Miller coming in batting 250, 351 on base percentage, 2 RBIs. 3 walks, ground ball to the left side of the infield. The third baseman picks it up, throw to first, 2 down. Hanson to Trimble. And that's going to bring in Cubby Cortez. Cortez coming in batting 280, 538 on base percentage, 3 RBIs, and 12 walks. And that leads the team. First pitch to Cortez in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The 1 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, misses up high, and it's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch is a line drive caught by the shortstop, Hardy, and that's going to do it here in the top of the second. But the Crabs get another run off of an error from Marcelo Saldana that allowed Luke Reese to advance to third, then scored on the sac fly. The Crabs lead it 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Six River Solar. Six River Solar has been Humboldt County's #1 solar installer since 1980. We're here to help you save the planet and your wallet. Give us a call at 707-443-5652 to schedule a free consultation and let Six Rivers Solar help you achieve energy independence. Go Crabs, go. Crabs up 2-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Trimble will step in. He'll hit a slow ground ball. Shortstop Luke Reese, nice glove, throws to first, one away. One pitch, one out. And that's going to bring in Jason Hansen. Pitch to Hansen is low and outside, 1-0. 1-0 in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. One pitch is a ground ball to shortstop Reese. Picks it up on a couple of hops. Throw to first. 2 down. And that's going to bring in Jake Bold. Pitch to Bold in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. So 1 is a ground ball to the left side of the infield, glove by Javi Felix, the third baseman, throw to first, and that's going to do it. The Blues go 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the second. The Crabs lead it 2-1 as we head to the top of the third inning here in San Luis Obispo. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the third inning. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Cypress Grove. Cypress Grove is a leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese that makes you want to do the happy dance, including Humboldt Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country. Proudly based in Arcata, Cypress Grove cheeses are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypressgrovecheese.com. And by Compass Community Credit Union. Want a better bank? Try Better Credit Union. Compass Community Credit Union has been around for over 72 years, serving Humboldt County by guiding members to better banking. Go up for the Crabs here in the third. It will be the top of the order. Mike McKernan, Wyatt Reginato, and Colby Lunsford. Pitch to McKernan is in the dirt, 1-0. McKernan popped out to the second baseman, DeCarlo, in the first. The 1-0 is in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch in there for a called strike. It's 1-2.
0-2.
The 1-2 is a ground ball to the left side of the infield. The shortstop Hardy picks it up on a couple of hops. Throw to first, one away.
So with one down here, Wyatt
Yeah, that's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. Reginato singled in the first inning, came around to score on the error by the Blues catcher, Jake Bold. Gave the Crabs their first run in the game. They've been the beneficiary of 2 Blues errors so far. Pitch to Reginato in the dirt, 1-0. Marcelo Saldana overthrew the first baseman, Trimble, in the second, allowed Luke Reese to go to third with nobody out, and then he scored on a sac fly. 1-0 pitch is a ground ball right up the middle for a base hit. Wyatt Reginato is 2 for 2 to start tonight's ball game. And that's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. Lunsford, he walked. And then stole second, which led to the error that scored the first run, as I just mentioned. So over to first, Reginato back in safely. The San Luis Obispo Blues, they're coming off of a couple of losses. So both teams are looking for a win here tonight. Pitch to Lunsford is fouled straight back to the screen. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Lunsford is grounded foul at the plate. It's 0-2. Marcelo Saldana, the former Crab, out for his third inning of work. Reginato on first, 1 out, the 0-2. Colby Lunsford. The pitch is a ground ball off the foot of Saldana, ricochets to the third baseman. Hansen, throw over to first. That throw is wide, and that's going to be another base hit for the Crabs. Hopefully Saldana's all right. Looks to be relatively okay. Waving off the Blues trainer there. So first and second, 1 out. And that's going to bring in Billy Ham, just the guy you won up in an RBI situation. Lefty-lefty matchup here. Pitch to Ham. Misses low, 1-0. Nasty looking slider from Saldana. I remember seeing that pitch many a time at the Arcata Ballpark last season. The 1-0 is a fly ball down the left field line. Rulli racing back. He looks up, and it's off the wall. Reginato is going to race around third. He's going to score. And Lunsford stops at second, and the Crabs lead it 3-1. Lunsford had to wait to see if it was caught, because it was pretty close to being caught by the left fielder Rulli, so he didn't advance any farther than second. It's going to be a long single for Billy Ham. And that wind is really carrying the ball out to left. It's going to bring in Griffin Myers. Pitch to Myers is up high, 1-0. mean, in every road game that the Crabs have played so far this season, the wind has been a factor. Windy in Medford, it was windy in Danville, and it was windy here in San Luis Obispo. 1-0 in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. I mean, you don't get wind like this very often in downtown Arcata. There's some wind from time to time, but the Bay Area, Central Coast, and Southern Oregon are a bit windier in the summer. The 1-1 is low and outside, and it's 2-1. And Saldana fakes a throw to second, but no throw was actually made. And 2-1 is in the dirt. It's 3-1. Both teams here are coming in trying to avoid losing their third straight game. The Crabs, of course, if you watch or listen to the last two games, losing the last two games in very heartbreaking fashions. The 3-1 is a fly ball out to left field and out of play foul. I mean, yesterday's game was as heartbreaking as it could possibly get. You really feel for Merrick Sears, who really pitched his heart out and was dominating the whole game until the very, very end when the Crawdads got to him, and they never looked back. The 3-2 is just low, ball four, and that's going to load up the bases with one out. And that's going to bring in Luke Reese. And the Blues manager is going to go out to talk to Marcelo Saldana. Luke Reese, he singled in the second inning and then advanced to third on a throwing error by Marcelo Saldana, the pitcher, and then scored on a sac fly by Javi Felix. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by North Coast Mercantile, family owned and operated, serving Humboldt County since 1951. North Coast Merc brings you a fantastic assortment of domestic, import, and craft beers, as well as wine, spirits, non-alcoholic beverages, and snacks. Check out the North Coast Merc's Titus trailer in the new right field beer garden in the Arcata Ballpark. 8 taps featuring local microbrews, wine, and cider. And by Humboldt Distillery. For over 10 years, Humboldt Distillery has been producing award-winning spirits. Humboldt Organic Vodka has now grown to become the #1 best-selling organic vodka in California. Smooth enough to sip and perfect for mixing. Look for the bottle with the crab on it. Learn more at HumboldtDistillery.com. Well, the Crabs here in the top of the third have the bases loaded with one out and a run already in. But as the Crabs have found out over the last two games, no lead is safe, and they want to pack in as many runs as possible. Pitch to Reese in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. The Crabs dugout is not going to be comfortable with really any lead. The 1 is a popped up to left field. Rulli sets up camp, makes the catch. Lunsford tags up from third, and he is going to score easily with lots of speed, and the Crabs lead it 4-1. You don't have to hit the ball very far out to the outfield to get Lunsford to score. So Myers will remain at first, and Ham will remain at second with 2 outs, and that's going to bring in Javi Felix. Pitch to Felix is inside, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is a line drive down the left field line and foul. Not by a whole lot. And it's 1-1. And Crabs are certainly getting a lot more off of Marcelo Saldana than he allowed really the whole season for the Crabs last season. The 1-1 misses up high. It's 2-1. Two one misses inside. Count goes to 3-1. Three one pitch, a pop up to center field. Burns broke back, but now runs in, ranges to his right and makes the catch, and that's going to do it here in the top of the third. But the Crabs get 2 more runs. They lead at 4-1 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the Central Coast. Bottom of the third inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 4-1. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Humboldt's Premium, Humboldt County's premium cannabis dispensary. Open 7 days a week. We offer in-store purchases, curbside pickup, and free delivery. Located at 1131 Broadway, Eureka. The phone number is 707-496-0506. And you can visit Humboldt'sPremium.com. Due up for the Blues, it will be Sam DiCarlo, Nin Burns, and Jacob Rulli against Alejandro Hueso, who so far in his Crabs career has done a very good job. Only giving up the 1 run in the bottom of the first so far. Pitch to DiCarlo is outside, 1-0. The 1-0 in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch is a line drive, just fair down the left field line, and that's going to be extra bases as it kicks away from Peyton Miller out there in left field. But he's going to get it in quickly. That's going to be a leadoff double for DiCarlo. Let's bring in the top of the order, Nin Burns. Pitch to Burns is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 is grounded foul down the third base line. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a foul back. It's still 0-2. Those who are listening on radio, the Crabs are wearing their red tops, the white pants, the white Crabs on the front, white numbering on the back. Blues with their yellow tops, white pants, I believe blue socks. 0-2, just high, 1-2. Griffin Myers did a good job framing it, but didn't get the call.
We saw a similar pitch to Emilio Corona that Rizzo thought ended the inning. Corona battled around that pitch that made it 1-2. Triple bringing the run for the Blues back in the first.
1-2 pitch is a little pop-up to shallow right field. Reginato comes in, makes the catch. Good throw is going to hold DiCarlo at second, one away. Let's go bring in Jacob Ruley. Pitch to Ruley. Misses just high, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, sprayed foul off to the right. 1-1. See an airliner taking off out in right field from the San Luis County Regional Airport, which is not too far away from here. The 1-1 pitch, a check swing, and he definitely went around. Definitely could not hold that swing up. 1-2. A lot of Crabs fans here at Sinsheimer Stadium. As the 1-2 to Ruley from Alejandro Hueso. Looks back to second. Time is called. I assume a lot of the Crab player families that are based in Southern California have made their way here to San Luis Obispo. The 1-2 pitch just misses outside, 2-2. Look back to second for Hueso, the 2-2 pitch. Misses low and outside, 3-2, but it is packed here at Sinsheimer Stadium. There's chairback seating all the way around down the baselines and behind home plate. Those are all full, and then the grass area that extends all the way around behind the seating is also full. People with blankets and chairs, and it's a great setup. The 3-2 is sprayed foul off to the right, still 3-2. Looks really nice to just set up behind home plate with a lawn chair and hang out, watch a ball game. It is definitely a great place to watch a ball game here at Sinsheimer Stadium. When last time the Crabs came here, I went along with as a fan and really had a great time. The 3-2 is a swing and a miss, strike three, 2 down. Carlo remains at second with 2 away now. Let's go bring in Theo Hardy. The pitch to Hardy is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. The 1 pitch is sprayed foul off to the left. It's 0-2.
Hardy's been a hard guy to strike out. 14 at bats. He's only struck out twice. He's also drawn 5 walks. He's been hit by 1 pitch. He's striking out right now. Once every 10 times he comes to the plate. They're battling here.
Long look in from Huezo. Now he sets. The 0-2 pitch. In the dirt, it gets away from Griffin Myers, way back to the backstop, and DeCarlo's going to head down to third. The backstop here at Sinsheimer Stadium is pretty far away from home plate, unlike the Arcata Ballpark, where you get a lot of balls that bounce off the backstop and go right back to the catcher. That's not the case here. So the wild pitch allows DeCarlo over the third with 1 out, or 2 outs. Chance for Huezo to get out of this inning. 1-2 count to Theo Hardy. The 1-2 pitch is a line drive right up the middle, and that's going to bring in a run. DeCarlo's going to score from third, and it is now 4-2. There are a lot of theatrics that go off here when the Blues score a run. There's like steam that goes off behind home plate and like horns that also go off as well. When the Blues score a run, you definitely know about it. It's now 4-2, and that's going to bring in Emilio Corona. Runner on first, 2 down. Pitch to Corona. In there for a called strike. It's 0-1. The 1 misses outside, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Ground ball to the left side of the infield. Javi Felix gloves it, throws to first. That's going to do it here in the bottom of the third, but the Blues get a run. Crabs still lead 4-2 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Top of the 4th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 4-2. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Crestmark Millworks. Crestmark Millwork is a local manufacturer of custom cabinetry and millwork for commercial projects throughout California and Oregon, creating signature elements of extraordinary spaces since 1997. Crestmark's amazing creations can be seen at crestmarkmillwork.com. Due up for the Crabs, it will be Peyton Miller, Cubby Cortez, and Mike McKernan. Crabs on this leg of the road trip have spent a lot of time with a lot of innings with the lead, but it's not translated to wins. We'll see if they can get it done tonight. Pitch to Miller from Marcelo Saldana, the former Crab, is low, 1-0. The 1-0 and bunted right back to Saldana. He picks it up, throws to first. The throw is high and down the right field line. Miller is going to head into second, and that is the second error of the game for Marcelo Saldana. That's the second time he has overthrown the Blues first baseman, Justin Trimble. And that's really another big break for the Crabs. So that's going to be a single and an error. Runner at second, nobody out. That brings in Cubby Cortez. The pitch to Cortez in the dirt, 1-0. 2 errors on Saldana and 1 error on the Blues catcher, Jake Bold. And 2 of the Blues errors so far resulted in runs for the Crabs. We'll see if they can make it hurt again. The 1-0 pitch. Cortez shows bunt and bunts it straight back to the screen. It's 1-1.
He has not been helped out by the wind behind him. It seems from here, every ball that's put in the air to left and center is just being carried straight to the wall.
The ball is being lifted. You saw Emilio's triple earlier in the game. The wind took that one. Not to say he doesn't.
The 1-1 pitch is a ground ball through the right side of the infield for a base hit. Miller is going to be stopped at third as Emilio Corona, the right fielder, did a great job at getting on the ball quickly and making sure Peyton Miller couldn't score. But it is first and third, nobody out for the Crabs. And that's going to bring in Mike McKernan. And the Crabs need to add on as much as they possibly can. This Blues team is very good. And the Crabs have had a hard time in many games this season holding on to a lead, especially late. Pitch to McKernan is way high and inside. A duck out of the way. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, 2-0. One thing the Crabs offense has done very well this season, and really what they've done well the past several seasons, is they're very patient. Very rarely do you see a Crab hitter have a bad at bat. The 2-0 pitch is grounded foul down the third base line. Peyton Miller had to jump out of the way at that one. He was standing over there at third. Long set, the 2-1 is hit foul off to the right. It's 2-2. If you're watching on the stream, you might see a bunch of people going across the screen in crab hats. That's cool. Crab hats and crab claws. Crabs fans, they always show out on the road. I mean, who wouldn't want to come to beautiful San Luis Obispo? This is really a great place to watch a game. The 2-2 pitch is a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Hardy picks it up, throw to second for one, on to first, double play, but that does bring in a run for the Crabs, and they lead it 5-2. So that's a silver lining there. There's nobody on, 2 away. That's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. Bit of a rally killer there, but obviously bringing the run in is always a good thing. Crabs have scored in each of the first 4 innings so far. Put a lot of pressure on the former Crab, Marcelo Saldana. Pitch to Reginato, in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Reginato with a very nice Patriot Glove Company bat. I think he has the drippiest bats on the team. 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. I've seen a few other Crabs order some of those very nice bats. The 1-1 way up high, 2-1. Two one is a line drive into center field, but that's going to be a nice play by Nin Burns to come in and glove it, and that's going to do it here in the top of the fourth. Crabs get a run. They lead it 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the fourth inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 5-2. But of course, if you've watched or listened to the last two games, you know that no lead is safe. Crabs dugout knows that as well. Long way to go. Due up for the Blues, it will be Zach Tellerman, Justin Trimble, and Jason Hansen. Tellerman lines it right to Lunsford on a hop, throws to first over the head of the first baseman, Billy Ham. And we'll see how that's scored. But throw by Lunsford over the head of Ham. I think that's going to be ruled a base hit. Tellerman might have made it anyway. Tough break for the Crabs either way. So that's going to bring in Justin Trimble. It's Alejandro Hueso. Pitches a called strike, 0-1.
Start out a weekend with a ground ball. They'll get hot pretty soon.
Never understood your reasoning behind it. I don't have to re-explain it to you out there one time. 0-1.
The 0-1 is up high, 1-1.
Pretty much what it does is it neutralizes your barrel path and sets the tone for how you're going to swing that week. Because oftentimes you'll get batters when they want to get something going, they'll get big, they dip the shoulder, they get underneath the ball.
1-1 to Trimble is a line drive that's going to hold up a bit just for Peyton Miller to make the catch. One down. Tellerman back to first.
Yeah, that's a better hit ball than the ground ball we saw earlier. This one gets a little more air.
It just carried just enough for Peyton Miller to come in and make a nice catch. One out, runner at first. That's going to bring in Jason Hansen.
Everyone in the segment, including Jason Hansen, who's coming up right now, started their weekend with a ground ball. So I guess you're saying this bottom part of the order, they're all hitting 100 homers this weekend?
Hansen bunts it straight up in the air and into the stands behind home plate. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, called strike. Griffin Myers turns quickly to first and looks Tellerman back to the bag. It's 0-2.
Hansen led Yuba College this past year in nearly every single offensive statistical category. 958 OPS, playing in all 38
The 0-2 is a ground ball right to Hueso. Throw to second for one. On to first, a high throw, but Ham gets his foot on the bag just in time, and a great double play turned by the Crabs infield to end the inning. Blues fail to score here in the bottom of the fourth. Crabs lead at 5-2 as we head to the top of the fifth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the fifth inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 5-2. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by the Heart of Humboldt. Heart of Humboldt is a beloved local institution deeply rooted in the vibrant community of Arcata. With a rich history and unwavering commitment to our neighbors, our dispensaries become a trusted gathering place for all. Discover a wide range of products and experience the welcoming atmosphere that has made us a cherished part of Humboldt. By Coast Central Credit Union. Anyone can join. When you bank at Coast Central, you directly support $650,000 in giving to local organizations like the Crabs. And with great rates, extraordinary service from a team that really cares in 11 locations, you'll love the credit union difference. And by Harper Motors. Harper Motors is proud to be one of America's oldest automobile dealerships. Established in 1912 in Eureka, California, we are a true family business. We are also your trusted local Ford dealer. Browse our new Ford inventory online and visit our showroom daily and take a test drive. Harper Motors will donate $50 to District 26 Little League for every home run the Crabs hit this season. Go Crabs, go. Due up for the Crabs here in the top of the fifth. It will be Colby Lunsford, Billy Ham, and Griffin Myers. Crabs have scored in each of the first 4 innings of this ball game, but as I've said multiple times, Crabs have had a hard time holding a lead, especially the last few games. So we have a long, long way to go. Give you some scores from around Major League Baseball. The Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks are scoreless. Top of the first. That game just getting started at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Dodgers and the Astros scoreless. That game just getting started. Not too far away from us down south in Los Angeles at Dodger Stadium. We're about ready to go. Marcelo Saldana, the former Crab, out for his 5th inning of work. And the Crabs have put a lot of pressure on him. See if the Crabs can add on. That is going to be the mindset for these Crabs hitters after the way the last 2 games have gone. Pitch to Lunsford is up high, 1-0. Lunsford is 1 for 1, walking a single. 1-0 pitch, in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch is a pop-up to right field. Down the line, Corona racing in and makes a nice catch. 1 away. Actually, we have a new pitcher in the game for the Blues. Number 48, Chris Stewart. And Billy Ham will step in, take a pitch outside, 1-0.
He was born in the dark. Mold the dark.
The batter is Billy Ham, left-handed hitting first baseman from Nevada.
And the pitch to Ham is outside, and it's 2-0.
No strikes. It wasn't exactly, I don't think, molded in the darkness. It was molded in the Netherlands, though. Before college, Stewart pitched
Chris Stewart, the pitcher, is from Amsterdam in the Netherlands.
balls, no strikes on Ham. The first baseman from Nevada. And 12 runs batted in so far this season for Ham. 2-0. And
Fouled back, 2-1.
I'm trying not to butcher the name of the league name. Pump ball,
I mean, baseball is starting to gain some traction in Europe.
different seasons in.
Of course, Alex Crosby, former Crab, played for the Great Britain national team in the World Baseball Classic, where they did really well. The 2-1 is outside, 3-1.
The two teams he played for, one the Amsterdam Pirates. That was at age 17, including the third. And then at age 19, the Pump Ball Club Allen Gearbach. He was 6 years younger than the league's average player.
3-1, a swing and a miss. That was a filthy slider from Stewart. Count goes full 3-2. Lefty-lefty matchup here. That lefty slider is a tough thing to deal with for the lefty Billy Ham. 3-2 pitch and a ground ball to the second baseman DiCarlo. He picks it up, goes to first, 2 away. That's going to bring in Griffin Myers.
He's got 2 weak contacts in the past 2 hitters, and it's been an easy play for Corona. And then
Myers is 0 for 1, fly out and a walk. Crabs will be back here tomorrow at 4 o'clock here from Sinsheimer Stadium here in San Luis Obispo. Pitch to Myers is outside 1-0. That game will be right here on ESPN 107.3 and the Humble Crabs YouTube channel. Game on Sundays at 2 o'clock. But after the Sunday game, a 10-hour bus ride back home. The 1-0 and a ground ball down the third base line past the third baseman Hansen. That's going to be a base hit. Myers is going to round first and pump the brakes. That's going to be a 2-out single. It's great placement, opposite field for Griffin Myers. Pass right past Jason Hansen, the third baseman. We really didn't have much of a chance to even make an effort to dive for that ball. So runner at first, 2 down. That's going to bring in Luke Reese. Pitch to Reese is inside. It's 1-0. One 0 pitch, sprayed foul off to the right. It's 1-1. The 1-1 in there for a called strike. It's 1-2.
Well, yeah, Reese was one of the best Cougars these last couple of seasons. All CCAA, second team in both 2022 2023. Led the team this past year in OPS and on base percentage. And on base here with 2 outs in the fifth.
The 1-2 is a fly ball to right field, and that's going to hang up for Emilio Corona in right field, and he'll make the catch. That's going to do it here in the top of the fifth. The Crabs failed to score for the first time in this game, but they lead it 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the 5th inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 5-2. Alejandro Hueso out there for his 5th inning of work. And due up for the Blues, it will be Jake Bold, Sam DiCarlo, and Nin Burns. On a beautiful night here in San Luis Obispo. It is a bit windy, but temperature is in the low 60s. It's sunny, and that should be the weather pattern for the rest of the weekend. Being super lucky with the weather. Last season's road trip to Marysville and Lincoln, it was upper 90s the entire time. We'll definitely take this weather. Bold will step in. Pitch to Bold, lone outside, 1-0. The funny thing about being in San Luis Obispo is the mixture you see between Giants and Dodgers fans here. The 1-0, and there for a called strike, it's 1-1. Kind of in the gray area, so to speak, between Dodger territory and Giant territory here. The 1-1, and there for a called strike, it's 1-2. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Corralled nicely by Griffin Myers, even though there's no one on base. Of course, you always want to practice that as a catcher, getting behind the baseball. 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 down. And that's going to bring in Sam DiCarlo. And that's the 3rd strikeout of the game for Alejandro Hueso. Pitch to DiCarlo, in there for a called strike, it's 0-1. No one pitch, a swing and a miss at a high inside pitch. It's 0-2. No 2. This is low and outside, 1-2. One great thing about watching Alejandro Hueso pitch is he really attacks hitters. He's not one to nibble. The 1-2 is a fly ball out to left field. Miller racing to his left, but he's going to make the catch, 2 away. And that's going to bring in the top of the order, and Nin Burns the 2nd. And this Blues roster, they have a lot of big-name colleges. University of Oregon, University of Washington, San Jose State, USC, UC Davis. Good collection of talent. Pitch to Nin Burns is outside, 1-0. He's from Cal Poly Pomona. Of course, San Luis Obispo, the 1-0 pitch is a pop fly to right field. Reginado broke in, but now is racing back, and he makes the catch, and that's going to do it. I was going to say, San Luis Obispo is home of the Cal Poly University. That will do it here in the bottom of the 5th. The Crabs lead it 5-2, so we head to the top of the 6th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the sixth. The Crabs lead the Blues 5-2. Well, in between innings, the Blues did something that I think is one of the coolest things that they do in between innings. Each fan can buy, or technically rent, as they call it, as many tennis balls as they want. And what they do in between innings, at the end of the fifth, they place a little bucket behind home plate, and all of the fans just throw the tennis balls over the screen and try to get a tennis ball into the bucket. And if you get a tennis ball into the bucket and it has your number on it, you win a pair of tickets. And I don't think a single fan got a tennis ball into the bucket behind home plate, but it's still a really cool idea that the Blues do here. Of course, lots of cleanup is required afterwards. So Chris Stewart remains on the mound for the Blues, native of the Netherlands, out of the Dutch capital Amsterdam. And due up for the Crabs, it will be Javier Felix, Peyton Miller, and Cubby Cortez. A game where the Crabs have benefited from 3 Blues errors. 2 of those errors were made by the Blues starting pitcher and former Crab, Marcelo Saldana, as he airmailed a couple of throws over Justin Trimble, the first baseman's head. And one of those did result in a Crabs run. But of course, a long way to go. The last 2 games, the Crabs had to lead late against the Walnut Creek Crawdads and failed to win, of course, getting walked off on yesterday. So the Crabs are not comfortable by any means. And they want this win. As I mentioned, if you just tuned in, the Humboldt Crabs are in the midst of a very long streak, and it's not a good streak. The Crabs have lost their last 9 games on the road in the state of California. Pitch to Javi Felix is sprayed foul off to the right. It's 0-1. Now, the last 4 games they played in the state of Oregon, in Medford against the Rogues, they have won. But they went 0-5 on their California road trip last season. They've lost the first 2 games on their California road trip this season as the pitch is in the dirt 1-1. And then they lost their last 2 games against the Blues in 2021 on their only road trip. So their last win in the state of California on the road was the first game in that 3-game series against the Blues in 2021. So they're trying to break that streak, the 1-1, in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. Not sure if the Crabs coaches are aware of it. I didn't mention it to them. The 1-2 is low and inside. And check swing, but the first base umpire says Javi didn't go around. I think the Crabs coaches are definitely aware that they haven't won on the road in the state of California for a while. I mean, it was a tough stretch last season in Marysville and Lincoln. The 2-2, low and inside, count goes full 3-2. Crabs definitely want to break that streak tonight. It was the first game of the last series here in San Luis Obispo that they won. The 3-2 is inside ball 4. So Felix, a leadoff walk. That's going to bring in Peyton Miller. Crabs want to add on as much as possible, obviously. To Miller, and he bunts it foul. And Peyton Miller, he's been very good at using the bunt this season. It's really his main means of attack. Trying to move Javi to second. 0-1, he's going to swing and holds up, pitches outside, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, low and inside, 2-1.
Definitely some adjustments made in this at bat contact hitter out of UOB.
Ball, 1 strike. Runner at first is Felix.
2-1 pitch, runner goes. It's a high chop to the third baseman, Hansen. He's going to throw to first. That's his only play and get the out there. Felix is going to head to second as he was going on the pitch.
Nice backhanded scoop there by Trimble.
That puts Crabs runner in scoring position with only 1 out.
Took off for second base.
That's going to bring in Cubby Cortez.
Now, the third baseman standing at second.
And run, most likely resume on that ground ball with good. Felix
Long set by Chris Stewart.
Cortez, DH from Sacramento State, a single his last time up.
And the pitch, low and inside, 1-0.
Roll and block that one up in the dirt to keep the runner Felix at second base.
Cortez, he's 1 for 2. He singled in the 4th inning. Long look from Chris Stewart. Dangles his arm. Now he sets. The 1-0. In there for a called strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. And that hits him. I think on his left foot. So Cortez is going to head down to first. It's first and second, 1 out. That's going to bring in the top of the order and Mike McKernan.
Don't adjust, miss the inside. Eventually going to end up in something like that. Awarding a free first base on a hit-by pitch to Cortez. And Stewart needs to find his command here. Let's get the Blues out of the inning. Now there is a runner on first base now. Easier to flip a double play here.
McKernan, the leadoff hitter, he's been the least successful so far. The guy's at the top of this Crabs order.
Pitch to McKernan. Misses way inside off the glove of Bold, and both runners are going to move up on the pass ball. And that's a big break for the Crabs. Now second and third with only 1 out. And the Crabs need to capitalize here. The Blues infield in at the grass all the way around. The 1-0 pitch is a ground ball to the shortstop. He's going to hold it. He's not going to go home. He's going to go to first, and that's going to bring in a run for the Crabs, and it's 6-2. Good jump by Javi Felix, and the shortstop, Theo Hardy, really had no play at the plate. That's going to bring in a run, an RBI ground out. 2 down. Now 6-2 Crabs. Cortez goes to third on the play. So runner at third, 2 away. A run in here in the top of the 6th. And that brings in Wyatt Reginato. Pitch to Reginato. Misses outside, 1-0. Reginato. That nice Patriot Glove Company bat. Pink handle. 1-0 is sprayed foul off to the left with pink streaks in the barrel and with black. Like I said, drippiest bats on the team. The 1-1. Misses low, 2-1.
Two
2-1, misses outside, and it's 3-1.
We do have Katie Times warming up in the bullpen. Right-hander out of Cuesta College. I wonder if he will be strutting out to the mound in the next inning.
One to normally play within it. This could be Stewart's swing no matter what. We got 1 strike down and a 2-0 hitter. Stewart delivers.
3-1 pitch, misses way inside, ball 4. So that makes it 1st and 3rd with still 2 outs. That's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. And the Blues pitching coach or manager is going to go out there and talk to Chris Stewart. Give you some more scores from around Major League Baseball. Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks are still scoreless, top of the 2nd at Oracle Park in San Francisco. The Dodgers have taken a 1-0 lead over the Astros, bottom of the 2nd, just to the south of us at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. The Padres up 1-0 over the Nationals down at Petco Park in San Diego. And the A's beat the Toronto Blue Jays up north in Toronto, Ontario, 5-4. All right, we're ready to go. 1st and 3rd, 2 outs, 6-2 Crabs. Colby Lunsford steps in. Just a Lunsford, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 misses low, 1-1.
You got a guy that hasn't really been able to find his zone in the inning. Shortening up your strike zone isn't the worst idea. Walk the middle bases.
Widening out day, you see right there. Been doing that all day.
1-1, lone inside, 2-1.
Have the liberty to do it with a 6-2 lead and a chance to really dig the dagger to the back of the Blues.
Runner goes from first. 2-2 is sprayed foul off to the right. And it's 2-2.
Reginaldo trying to get a running start. Lunsford couldn't keep it fair. He walls 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. It's Cortez at 3rd, Reginaldo at 1st. He takes off again.
2-2 pitch. And way inside, and that did not hit Lunsford, but that's going to get away from Bold just a bit, and that's going to allow Reginaldo to go to 2nd on the wild pitch. That was thrown right at the legs of Colby Lunsford, but somehow missed him. So 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. Big RBI opportunity here for the Crabs. 3-2 is sprayed foul off to the right. It remains 3-2.
Reginaldo now at 2nd. Heavy Cortez, who was hit by a pitch. 3rd batter of the inning is 3rd base. One run has already come in to score. It was Felix who walked right from the inning. Another payoff.
3-2 pitch, up high, ball 4, and that's going to load the bases for the Crabs at 2 outs. And that's going to bring in Billy Ham. Billy Ham has been the Crabs' best hitter coming into this game. Coming in batting .488. See if he can deliver here. Pitch to Ham, way inside, 1-0. Chris Stewart all of a sudden having a hard time finding the strike zone. And that's going to prompt the Blues manager to come out. And we'll see if he makes a pitching change. I mean, I believe this is the 2nd time he's come out in the inning, so I think he has to. And the Blues are going to make the change after Stewart throws a pitch to make it 1-0. We're going to go back to the studio for a 1-minute break. The Crabs lead at 6-2 with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Here in the top of the 6th, you're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. We are in the top of the sixth inning. The Crabs lead at 6-2 with a run in already. Bases are loaded with 2 outs and a 1-0 count on Billy Ham, making a pitching change mid at bat. The Blues, and they bring in Caden Tynes, number 7. Tynes making his warm-up throws here on this beautiful night on the central coast of California, San Luis Obispo. We will be back tomorrow, 4 o'clock, right here from Sinsheimer Stadium, right here on ESPN 107.3 FM, Crabs YouTube channel, and then back on Sunday at 2 p.m. And after the Sunday game, the Crabs will jump on the bus and make the 9-10 hour drive back to Humboldt County. And Billy Ham will step in, a big chance for the Crabs to add some insurance. And they need all the runs they can get. They've had a hard time last couple of games nailing down wins. The righty Tynes pitches to the lefty Ham. The 1-0, a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 misses low and inside. It's 2-1. Two on a swing and a miss. Good breaking ball from Caden Tynes. It's 2-2. 2-2 to Ham. Misses low and inside. 3-2. There's nowhere to put Billy Ham. The bases are loaded. Runners, of course, will go. Three, 2 to Ham is called. Strike 3. And Billy Ham did not like that call very much, but that's going to do it here in the top of the sixth. The Crabs get a run. They lead at 6-2 as we head to the bottom of the sixth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, bottom of the sixth inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 6-2. Alejandro Hueso out for his sixth inning of work. And due up for the Blues, it will be Jacob Rulli, Theo Hardy, and Emilio Corona.
For the Blues, number 25 from Cal State Bakersfield, Jacob Rulli.
Getting guys out of the game or guys that are pulled early. See too many deep outings in some of them. Crabs letting plays over.
Pitch to Rulli. This is up high, 1-0.
It looks like there's no one even moving around in that bullpen as well. So Mesa looks like he's here to stay for the right reason. He's holding the
1-0 in there for a strike, 1-1. Huezo's at 66 pitches. Like Merrick Sears yesterday, he's having a pretty efficient game. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1.
Huezo only had one appearance this summer before coming into this game. Only went 2 innings. Here he is pitching.
2-1 is a fly ball out to center. McKiernan going back a few steps, and he's going to make the catch, 1 down.
That's Wooley's signature, the deep fly ball to center. I can relate.
That's going to bring in Theo Hardy.
24 from
It always
San
go
Jose
weight
State,
room.
Theo Hardy.
I just think they might be doing the same thing with you. But the deep fly ball to center just can't quite get the extra feet to put it out there. But he sends another one out there.
When we went golfing yesterday, you looked like you hit the Huezo. I think the difference was
Pitch to Hardy in there for a called strike. It's 0-1.
Theo Hardy that's out from San Jose State.
The 1, check swing, and that hit him, I guess.
He gets first base on hit by pitch. He knew it right away. There's a runner at first for the Blues.
So, runner on first, it's 1 out. That's going to bring in Emilio Corona. And Robin Guyver, I think, is going to go out to talk to the home plate umpire. If it hit, Hardy did not get him by a whole lot.
The umpires have conference about this.
And the umpires are, I think they're going to talk to each other. Nope. Guess not. They're going to go with the call.
And a base runner for the Blues, they'll take it
Runner at first, 1 out.
even if it was in the category
Of course, Emilio Corona stepping in.
of what it takes to come back in games like this. Veteran guy,
Here's number 22, the right fielder, University of Arizona.
Crabs had a lead in the last 2 games that they played against the Walnut Creek Crawdads. But late in the game, Crawdads in both games scored and won. Swing and a miss by Corona. It's 0-1. Crabs looking to close out a lead for the first time on this road trip.
nothing worse than having a coach yell, should have worn it from the dugout before the pitch comes at you.
The 1, a high fly ball to center. McKernan racing back, turns around, back to the track, stops, and makes the catch. 2 away.
Couldn't quite get that one out deepest part of the yard.
That fly ball spun McKernan around, but ended up riding himself and making the catch. And that's going to bring in Zach Tollerman. Our first 2 down.
Here's Zach Tollerman.
Pitch to Tollerman. Outside 1-0. Well, either way, one of these teams is going to break a losing streak. Both the Crabs and the Blues come in losing 2 straight. The 1-0 is low. Hardy goes from first. The throw is wide from Griffin Myers, and Hardy's going to steal second. So runner at second, 2-0 count to Zach Tollerman.
As of late in the CCL, because that league play. Guys just put swings on the ball, rounders, right to the shortstop and third baseman, and short little innings.
The 2-0 pitch. Misses just low. Count goes to 3-0.
Hits now in each of his last 3 games. 4 across the last 3 combined. Finding his swing. He had at Cuesta College this past season. 3-0.
The 3-0 pitch. Misses outside, ball 4. That's going to prompt Griffin Myers to go out to talk to Alejandro Huezo.
First walk from Huezo. Tollerman is aboard with 2 outs.
Huezo's pitched really well. A run given up in the first, run given up in the third. Other than that, he's done a good job at keeping the Blues off the board. But he'll need to come through again here. So that's going to bring in Justin Trimble.
Runners on for 3. Trimble hoping to make him pay. Huezo kicks and deals.
Pitch to Trimble's a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
Strike. Trimble, a guy that can lead the yard, and that's what he's primarily done at the collegiate level. 3 of his 6 hits in college have been home runs. Big time pop from the left. He was just flipping him out in bad tracks. 1.
The 1
Lifts
is a fly ball out to left center field, more left field, and Peyton Miller is going to make the catch, and that's going to do it. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, the Blues fail to score. It is 6-2 Crabs as we head to the top of the 7th. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Sinsheimer Stadium, San Luis Obispo, top of the 7th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 6-2. And Caden Tynes remains out on the mound for the Blues. He will face Griffin Myers, Luke Reese, and Javier Felix. Pitch to Myers is a fly ball out to left field, but that's going to hang up for Ruley, the left fielder. And he's going to make the catch, one down. That's going to bring in Luke Reese. Pitch to Reese, in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. No, one. This is just outside, 1-1. The 1-1, in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss, strike 3. Good breaking ball from Tynes, 2 away. And that's going to bring in Javi Felix. Pitch to Javi Felix, in there for a strike, 0-1. The 1 misses up high, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, check swing, but he did not hold up. 1-2. One 2 pitch misses outside, and it's 2-2. Two pitch is a line drive into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Ruley collects it on a couple of hops and holds Javi Felix to a 2-out single. That's going to bring in Peyton Miller.
Today, not handled the slider very well. They're abandoning the mechanics, getting the swing a little too big. But Felix makes an adjustment here and he keeps that hand in on the ball. Short stroke, nice easy base hit out to right.
Pitch to Peyton Miller is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 1 pitch misses outside, 1-1. Throw to first, and a close play, but Javi Felix just gets back. He had a pretty big lead over there. The 1-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2.
Some guys just get hit. I think the best guess was that they crowd the plate, they fill out the batter's box.
1-2 is popped up behind home plate and back into the crowd. Still 1-2. The 1-2 pitch misses just. Nope, that's called strike 3. It was a long delayed strike 3 call from the home plate umpire. But Miller is frozen, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 7th. Crabs failed to score. They lead 6-2 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the 7th inning. Crabs lead the Blues 6-2. Alejandro Hueso out for his 7th inning of work. He's been very good tonight so far. And leading off for the Blues, it will be Jason Hansen, followed by Jake Bold and Sam DiCarlo. The pitch is popped up off to the right. Foul territory. Ham racing over, but that's going to fall foul just in front of the Blues dugout. It's 0-1.
Gonna get familiar with Hueso. Both UC Davis athletes next season. Makes him transfer over from U to college. Hueso finished first year there last year.
So far, not bragging. You got hit from the ground out to short in the second. Hansen
The 0-1 to Hansen. Misses outside, 1-1.
You ever do that? You play against a guy, then they think that's like high school level, college level.
I've seen it a lot.
1-1 pitch, sprayed foul off to the right. It's 1-2.
Worked out with the fellas, you've done live at-bats in the off-season, and depending on who it is and the personality, you can't help but smile at them sometimes.
Like little days growing up against a friend. Grins on both your faces. 1-2 count.
The 1-2 pitch is popped up on the infield, right up the middle. It's going to be the shortstop Reese making the catch right in front of second base Bag, 1 away.
Hanson retired. Up comes Jake Bull.
Let's bring in Jake Bold.
Bull was 0 for 2. Grounded out. Third base in the second. Struck out on the catch.
Number 29, Jake Old.
Might have a chance to finish out this game. How quickly he's
Pitch to Bold is a line drive up the middle for a base hit. Runner at first, 2 away, or 1 away.
Contact coming out of the Blues dugout. It's a hard hit.
And that's going to bring in Sam DiCarlo.
Reese doesn't even have a chance on it. Had to threw his glove out there. Hold the ball with a base hit.
I feel like this is the opportunity.
Batting number 39, Sam DiCarlo with the Blues.
And then immediately you'll just sit there. And you've got to look at that.
Yeah, he doesn't sweat. If you were to stay on that team too, you'd see a ground ball from Carl. Hopefully it doesn't happen for the Blues here.
Pitch to DiCarlo in there for a called strike. It's 0-1.
His last at bat, double in the first one. He just beat that first, keep the ball in the air. The wind's still blowing out to left field. He still lifted to left field.
Almost got home run pop. Saw in his first game where he launched a homer to left.
The 0-1 runner goes from first, and then he goes back. The throw down by Griffin Myers to first, and Bold gets back in time. Started to run and then just stopped, and Griffin Myers tried to catch him off.
But then right on the go, thought he shouldn't have gone, had to throw on the brakes and went back to first.
Oh, wait.
Not a good place to be stuck in, especially if you have catcher speed.
Pitch.
0-2 misses just outside, 1-2.
Ball and 2 strikes to count. And Sam DiCarlo was now 3 for 15. 2 extra base hits for Blues. Double.
The 1-2 pitch is popped up down the third base line. Griffin Myers going towards the Crabs dugout and just didn't see it. It fell behind him. Still 1-2.
Weird play. It looks like Myers saw that for quite a while in the last second. Just pulled up and put his head down. The ball fell right behind him.
He got up really confident. Chased it all the way back towards his own dugout. Didn't even see it come up.
And that was a tough play for Griffin Myers, going away from home plate. His back turned to home plate and chasing the ball towards the Crabs' third base dugout. Javi Felix is trailing behind him. It fell right in between Griffin Myers and Felix. The 1-2 is popped up down the right field line, but that's going to make its way out of play into the stands. Still 1-2.
Connections who sponsored right in their area.
Could he called for strikes? How do you take them? He's doing a good job spoiling those away. He just wants to get a pitch he likes here.
Bull by for 975. Now infielder for Longville. And the winner for the Blues today. 2.
The 1-2 pitch misses outside, 2-2. Hueso threw 7 1/3, 6 1/3. This will be his 90th pitch. It's been pretty good. The 2-2 is a fly ball, right field. Reginado racing towards the foul line. He makes a nice catch, 2 away. Fly balls have been an adventure here in San Luis Obispo tonight. Runner at first, 2 away. That's going to bring in top of the order and Nin Burns. Pitch to Burns. Misses inside, 1-0.
Burns has flown out 3 times. I feel like
1-0 pitch in there for a called strike. It's 1-1.
Burns is a slugger. You know, he can put it in the air. He's got the power. He was 7.5 or 6 last year at California Pomona. He wants to live there again.
1-1, a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Action there. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen with that swing too. Not only was it sort of half swing, it was under it again. He's been doing that a lot lately this summer. Getting a little too big.
1-2, runner goes from first, pitches high, the throw down to second, not in time. Bold is going to steal second. Runner at second, 2 away, and a 2-2 count on Nin Burns.
Atrocious speed at this out here. Just so bad. Short up a bit.
2-2.
The 2-2 called strike 3, and that's going to do it here in the 7th. The Blues fail to score here in the bottom of the 7th. It's 6-2 Crabs as we head to the top of the 8th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the 8th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 6-2. Caden Tynes remains out there for the Blues. And due up for the Crabs, it will be Cubby Cortez, Mike McKernan, and Wyatt Reginato. Crabs trying to close out this game.
8th inning from Sinsheimer Stadium. Cubby Cortez will lead things off for the
Cubby Cortez will step in and get things started.
by a score of 6-2.
As the sun starts to set here in San Luis Obispo. Pitch to Cortez, way high and inside over his head, 1-0.
Cortez has reached his last 2 times, a single in the 4th, hit by pitch in the 6th.
1-0 is popped up behind home plate. The catcher Bold goes up to the screen. It's going to fall out of play. 1-1. Cubby Cortez is 1 for 2 so far. Single, hit by pitch, and a line out to short. 1-1, misses outside, 2-1.
The Ugly Eagles were not ashamed of their name whatsoever. There's a photo online of Cortez in the Cleveland Valley uniforms, and the uniforms are orange and blue, and the white
The 2-1 in there for a called strike. It's 2-2.
ugly and cursive font. They just portray it right across the front of their jerseys. No shame whatsoever. These last 2 strikes to count. Cleveland Valley draft. Pitch.
The 2-2 misses just high, and the count goes full 3-2.
Antioch, California. Nice to avoid walking the leadoff hitter. 3-2.
3-2 pitch is a liner right at the shortstop Hardy. And he makes the catch, one away. That's the second time the Cubby Cortez has lined one right at the shortstop, Theo Hardy. One away. It's going to bring in Mike McKernan. To McKernan, in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. The 0-2, a high chopper down the first base line, picked up by Tynes, throw to first, just in time, 2 away. And that's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. And the pitch to Reginato is low, 1-0. The 1-0 is in the dirt, 2-0. Two-0 pitch. This is just up high. It's 3-0. The 3-0 in there for a called strike, and it's 3-1. Three one misses outside, ball 4. So Reginato is going to head down to first with 2 down. That's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. Crabs have not gone in order this entire game. Pitch to Lunsford is low, 1-0. And throw to first, and Reginato's back. That was a close play. The 1-0 is foul back at the plate. It's 1-1. Throw to first, and Reginato is back in safely again. Another close play. Good pickoff move from Caden Tynes. The 1-1 in the dirt, and it's 2-1. 2-1 pitch. In there for a called strike, and it's 2-2. Two-two pitch is fouled back. It's still 2-2. The 2-2 pitch is a high pop fly to center, and then Burns will come in and he'll make the catch, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 8th. The Crabs fail to score. They lead it 6-2. So we hit the bottom of the 8th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back, bottom of the 8th inning. New pitcher for the Crabs, it is Benji Tucker. Will face Ruley. Pitches in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch is sprayed foul off to the right, and it's 0-2. Relieves Alejandro Hueso, pitched a great game, 7 strong innings. The 0-2 pitch to Ruley is in the dirt. It's 1-2. Give you the numbers on Benji Tucker coming in just a second. The 1-2 pitch misses outside, 2-2. 2-2 pitch, misses inside. Count goes full 3-2. Benji Tucker, 5 innings pitched. He does not have a record. He's given up 3 runs. He's walked 5, struck out 2. 3-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. I was going to say walks have been an issue for Benji Tucker, but it wasn't there. Strikes out Ruley to start the 8th inning. 1 down. And that's going to bring in Theo Hardy.
Here's number 24, shortstop Theo Hardy.
Hardy 2 singles and hit by pitch. He's 2 for 2, reached all 3 times. Bottom 8, 1 out.
Pitch to Hardy, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Crabs lead it 6-2. Nobody on base, 1 out. Benji Tucker, new pitcher on the mound for the Crabs. The 0-1 misses outside, and it's 1-1.
Coming into this game, Benji Tucker has thrown 5 innings for the Cubs. Crabs across 4 games played. And 5 walks.
The 1-1 pitch, and that hit him. That hits Hardy.
He jogs down to first. He's reached base in each of his 4 plate appearances.
It was looked to be a pretty slow breaking ball, so relatively didn't hurt too much. Runner at first, 1 away. That's going to bring in Emilio Corona.
He's been here before. He was hitting the 6th.
And the Crabs, look, I think any walk or hit by pitch or hit at this point is going to make the Crabs a little nervous the way the last 2 games have gone. Their last 2 games, they had leads late and blew them. See if the Crabs' fortunes can change here tonight. Pitch to Emilio Corona in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 is ground ball left side of the infield. Javi Felix, the third baseman, picks it up. Wide throw to first, kept a foot on the bag. The second baseman, Lunsford, to get the force out at second. Oh, wait, no, they called him safe at second base. So that's actually going to be an error on Javi Felix. I thought I saw the umpire make the out call. So Javi Felix with a bad throw to the second baseman, Lunsford. Lunsford leapt, tried to keep his foot on the bag and couldn't. And the umpire, or did they call him out? I'm not sure, actually, because the Blues manager is out there to talk to the second base umpire. Now, Theo Hardy is still standing at second base. So I'm not really sure what they called, to be honest. Guess we'll find out as they conference. It was a tough play for Javi Felix, coming in on a pretty slowly hit ground ball to third. And it was a good effort. And Dean Traynor, the Blues manager, is still talking to the umpire, so I don't really know what's going on. Theo Hardy still standing at second. I thought the call was out at second. All right, as the Blues manager makes his case, and now Robin Guyver is coming out there.
ESPN Radio, Bonton Creole Cafe, Via Automotive, and Digital.
Robin Guyver just standing on the third baseline, kind of just watching Dean Traynor talk to the umpire, and I think Robin Guyver is telling him to get on with it. So he doesn't want Benji Tucker, the Crabs pitcher, to get too cold. I think Robin Guyver wants the game to get going. And the Blues manager is having a really long conversation with the umpire. And, okay, so Theo Hardy is going to return to the dugout. So the call was out at second. The second base umpire did rule that Colby Lunsford kept his foot on the bag. So it's going to be a fielder's choice 5-4. And Corona's at first with 2 away. And that's going to bring in Max Tollerman. And we're pretty high up. It was hard to tell if Lunsford kept his foot on the bag. I'd have to review the video. Mr. Tollerman low and inside, 1-0. I would say chances are he probably just barely got it. But, again, might be a bit of a biased opinion from myself. The 1-0 in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. The Blues manager was not very happy about it. Had a very long conversation. The 1-1, low and inside, and it's 2-1.
Benji Tucker, a guy that might have a walk problem. Behind on Zach Tollerman, 2-1. The Blues could really use some pretty nice. There have not been many here today. I think he's going to walk.
2-1, a swing and a miss by Tollerman. And it's 2-2.
Tollerman, a guy that drew plenty of walks in the non-league games preseason. How about 12 of them? 9 overall games for the team. He didn't even appear in all of them. He was drawing sometimes 2 or 3 walks a game. 2-2.
The 2-2 pitch misses inside. Count goes full 3-2.
2 strikes, 2 outs. The slow native will get a head start.
Benji Tucker does not want to walk a base runner into scoring position for the Blues. That'd be bad news for the Crabs.
3-2, 2 outs. Tucker's pitch.
3-2 pitch is a high bounding grounder to the shortstop and tried to glove by Javi Felix, and it gets past Felix and collected by the Crabs infield, and Corona's going to move to third. Javi Felix cut in front of Luke Reese, tried to glove it, and couldn't glove it, and then the ball just kind of sat there in the infield as both Reese and Felix missed that ball. So that's going to be an infield single for Tollerman. First and third, 2 outs. And that's going to bring in Justin Trimble. Pitch to Trimble is outside, 1-0. Well, this is where the Crabs are going to have to show that they're better than they were the last 2 games. The 1-0 is a fly ball out to center field. McKernan racing back, and that ball is gone. Well, the good thing is the Crabs still have the lead. It is 6-5, but Justin Trimble's hit a 3-run shot out to center, and the Crabs only lead by 1. And the same nightmare threatens to strike again for the Crabs. Late inning home runs by the opposing team. So it's now 6-5 Crabs, 3-run shot. And that's going to bring in Jason Hansen. Pitch to Hansen, in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
We talk about Trimble's power all the time. 3 of his 6 collegiate hits home runs. It's his first hit as a Blue, and it leaves the yard. 0-1.
0-1, low and inside, and it's 1-1.
Fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the tables can turn just like that. The Blues within a run. Tying run at the plate. Benji Tucker tarnishing the outing that came from Alejandro Huezo in his first inning of the league.
The 1-1 pitch, in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Scoreboard's off here at Sinsheimer Stadium. 3-2-1, but 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tucker needs a strike to get out of this inning. He fires from the stretch.
1-2 is a fly ball, pop fly down the right field line, and it's going to drop just foul. The issue is, against the Walnut Creek Crawdads, it seemed like when they got a home run late in the game, it seemed like another home run followed after that. And that was the issue, either right after or a hitter after. So this is a really important at-bat for Benji Tucker and the Crabs to shut it down with the lead here in the 8th.
He can reach. Put pressure on
The 1-2, and it's low and inside. Hansen checked his swing. It's 2-2.
So far inside. Hansen almost swung just to protect himself. He held back. Balls and 2 strikes.
Rob McGyver and the Crabs coaching staff, I'm sure they are a bit on edge at the moment. The 2-2 pitch, and just misses inside. Count goes full, 3-2.
Second-year Blue. Played for the Blues a couple years ago, coming out of Rio Grande High School. Now back with San Luis Obispo. His first hit, a 3-run home run here in the 8th. Payoff pitch is a big pitch. Here it comes.
3-2 pitch, and it's a ground ball up the middle, gloved by the second baseman. Lunsford throws across his body. A great pick by Billy Ham, and that's going to end the inning. The Blues hit a 3-run homer to cut the Crabs lead to 1. Crabs lead 6-5 as we head to the top of the 9th. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Top of the 9th inning. The Crabs lead the San Luis Obispo Blues 6-5. And the Crabs, they had a 6-2 lead in the bottom of the 8th, but the San Luis Obispo Blues hit a 3-run shot. It is now 6-5, and Crabs trying to keep the same thing from happening again that happened in the last 2 ball games where they lost a lead late. Trying to hang on here. Get their first road win in the state of California since they won here in the first game of a 3-game series back in 2021. So Billy Ham will step in, and time is called. I think the home plate umpire is telling the Crabs coaches to get back into their dugout. Ham is outside 1-0. Insurance runs would be very important here. 1-0, a swing and a miss. Nasty pitch from Tynes that broke down Ham's swing. It's 1-1. The 1-1 in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, beautiful breaking ball right down the middle, called strike 3. Sends Ham back to the dugout, 1 away. And that's going to bring in Griffin Myers. Meeting on the mound, catcher Jake Bold out to talk to Caden Tynes. Back here tomorrow from Sinsheimer Stadium at 4 o'clock, right here on ESPN 107.3 FM and the Crabs YouTube channel. Then on Sunday at 2 o'clock before the Crabs head back home. Griffin Myers steps in. And the pitch. Misses outside, 1-0.
And Justin told me that he's just so excited to be in his hometown playing for the Blues for his second season. Wait for them.
The 1-0 pitch misses way outside, 2-0.
2-0 on the dangerous Washington State catcher. Delivers.
2-0 pitch is a line drive into right field, just over the glove of Trimble for a base hit. Runner on first, 1 out. That's going to bring in Luke Reese. And another meeting between Caden Tynes and Jake Bold. Lights are on here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Wind has died down quite a bit, although the American flag is still blowing a bit out to left. Pitch to Reese, checks his swing and foul tips it back. It's 0-1. The 0-1 in the dirt. It gets away from Bold just a bit, but he corrals it nicely. 1-1. Well, 1 pitch in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. Couldn't see the ball and had to drop down to a knee to make that catch, but ended up getting the job done. So runner at first, 2 away. That's going to bring in Javi Felix. Pitch to Felix is fouled back. It's 0-1. Time is called by Javi. The 0-1 pitch misses inside. It's 1-1. The 1-2 pitch is a swing and a miss. Nasty breaking ball from Tynes, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 9th. Crabs lead at 6-5 as we head to the bottom of the 9th. Can the Crabs exercise their late game demons? We'll find out. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. All right, welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the 9th inning. Crabs lead it 6-5. New pitcher on for the Crabs is number 39, Brady Chavez, who's really been the de facto Crabs closer so far. 12 innings pitched.
Well, here we go.
And
Bottom of the ninth on the Slow Blues streaming network.
does not have a record.
Or walk things off in the ninth inning, trailing by one, but we'll have to go
He
for
has
the
not given up any runs. He's walked 1 and struck out 21. I say de facto closer. He doesn't have a save yet. But he's really been a shutdown guy for this Crabs bullpen. And just the guy you want out there. This Crabs lead at 6-5. If you have not watched the last 2 games, the Crabs have lost the lead late in the game in each of the last 2 games. Bottom of the 7th, Walnut Creek Crawdads hit back-to-back home runs to take the lead after the Crabs led by as much as 5-0. Crabs falling 8-7. And then yesterday, the Crabs had a 5-1 lead going into the bottom of the 9th, and the Walnut Creek Crawdads scored 5 runs, including 2 homers, and walked off 6-5. So the Crabs trying to exercise those 9th inning demons. They also lost a lead in the 9th inning in Medford. So it's been a hard time for the Crabs in the 9th in a few games. So Bold will step in, and the pitch is low, 1-0. Crabs are also trying to break a 9-game losing streak on the road in the state of California. The 1-0 in the dirt again, and it's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 2-1. Rob McGyver is a pretty calm and cool guy, but I bet his heart rate is a bit elevated right now. 2-1, sprayed foul off to the right, and it's 2-2. In yesterday's game against the Crawdads, Merrick Sears entering the 9th inning pitch. So got 1 pitch, 1 out, and then it went south from there. So it truly is never safe until the 3rd out is made. Crabs fans everywhere nervously waiting to see if the Crabs can finally hold down a win. The 2-2 pitch, a fly ball out to right field. Reginado racing towards the foul line. He makes a nice basket catch, 1 away. And that's going to bring in Sam DiCarlo. Pitch to DiCarlo, in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-2 in the dirt, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch misses just high, not by a lot. And it's 2-2. Brady Chavez did not like the call. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, 2 away. And the Blues are down to their final out, but it is far from over. Crabs are not going to be comfortable until that final out is made. Then Burns will step in. Pitch to Burns. Misses inside, I guess. It looked pretty good. It's 1-0.
just about every game he's played.
1-0 misses inside, and it's 2-0.
He's a guy, Blues can get one runner on, you can hand pick him. It would be in Burns, the amount of speed he has. And the count 2-0. Pitch from Chavez.
2-0 pitch, a swing and a miss, and it's 2-1.
I say it all the time, a walk to Burns is almost a double every time. 9 stolen bases so far this summer.
2-1 misses way inside. Burns had to duck out of the way, and it's 3-1.
There was some heat behind that fastball, and Burns had to watch it whiz past his helmet. 3-1.
3-1 pitch, misses outside, ball 4, and that's the last thing Brady Chavez wanted to do. The Crabs dugout, Crabs fans here in San Luis Obispo, and Crabs fans everywhere are a bit more nervous now. To bring in Jacob Ruley. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty nervous at the moment. Crabs need this win. On their first 2. The 1-0 pitch. Sprayed foul off to the right. It's 1-1. On 1 to Ruley. In there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. Blues down to their final strike.
Clap it up for the Blues. They're ready here at Sinsheimer Stadium to leap out of their seats at the Blues. At least tie this game up, maybe grab a win here in the ninth inning.
And Ruley adjusts his batting gloves. Steps back in. On our first 2 outs, Crabs trying to nail down this game. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's going to do it. The Crabs finally nailed down a victory here on the road. They exercised the late game demons. What a huge win for the Crabs. They avoid heartbreak, and they break the 9-game losing streak on the road in the state of California. What a relief. What a relief, what a huge win. The Crabs got out to a big lead, 6-2, and there might be some issues there on the field as the Blues dugout is coming out onto the field, out to the first base line. I don't know if it's Jacob Ruley who was unhappy with Brady Chavez after he got the final out, but some issues here at the end of the game and some talking between the two teams. And the Crabs and the Blues are definitely talking to each other. Hopefully this doesn't escalate any further and otherwise mar the great win that the Crabs have gotten here tonight. And looks like things are cooling down a bit. But what a great win. The Crabs off to a 6-2 lead. The Blues hit a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 8th, and the Crabs close it down. Brady Chavez finally gets it done. And like I said many times, what a relief for the Crabs. A happy bus ride back to the hotel, and we will do it again tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Great job by Laura Reagan back in the Humboldt Hill studios as always. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching, everyone. This has been Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM.